Everyone, thank you for coming tonight. Today is March 11th, 2024, and it's 7:01, and I will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Spaeth.
Here.
Councilmember Bennett.
Here.
Councilmember Hackey.
Here.
Councilmember Gibson.
Here.
Councilmember Stricula.
Here.
Mayor Nelson.
Here. All right, I hear we have a Girl Scout with us today. Abby Christensen, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the February 12th council meeting and February 26th special council meeting.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Anyone abstain? Okay, next is the city manager's report. Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. We have several guests in the audience, but first, we'd like to start by introducing the president of Mason Historical Society, Jay Mybers, who has a presentation for us and do you call it a teaser or a trailer? Teaser.
Mason, Ohio, voted one of the best places to live in the United States. Mason residents enjoy a safe, energetic, and diverse community along with award-winning schools. Certainly a wonderful place to reside, work, and raise a family. However, even a great community like Mason is no match for the incredible power of nature. When the sky turns black, the lightning flashes, thunder crashes, and the wind howls, you quickly realize the massive power of Mother Earth. Typically, storms come and go without a concern. But sometimes, storms contain something more sinister and terrifying, and you find yourself face to face with your worst fears and question if you will live to see another day. For the city of Mason, April 3rd, 1974 was one of those days. Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Jay Mybers, president of the Mason Historical Society, and first off, I want to thank the city of Mason, Eric's team, supporting us and actually hosting the program on this April 3rd from 6 to 8 o'clock here at the City Building. Black Wednesday, the day that Mason will never forget. It's actually 50 years to the day and almost 50 years to the minute when that tornado hit back in 1974. It came in around 6 o'clock on that evening. And that night, of course, we'll have the program, but we'll have a video for about 45 minutes going through the document explaining that day, to document the day. And it will be about 45 minutes long. It will have a lot of interviews, have a lot of pictures, also a lot of stories, and a lot of other items as well. And I think it'll really be a very interesting program, and it's free and open to the public. Also that night, we'll have some display boards in place that you can see pictures and magazine and newspaper articles from that night. And also I want to thank, with the video, Jeff Hill Video supported us in making this video, and it's taken us about 1.5 years to do. And we're really excited about it. Just another tidbit as far as a teaser. For myself, I was in 6th grade when that tornado hit. And all I can say is that there was moments during that day that I didn't think I was going to be in 7th grade. It was very terrifying. But by the grace of God, some luck, some incredible late-minute decisions, nobody passed away that day in Mason, incredibly. So anyway, in closing, again, I want to thank the City of Mason for your support. We hope to see you all there that night for the program, and I think it'll be a very, very exciting night, and we're very excited to present that night. Thank you very much. Question up front, what the date is again? It's going to be April 3rd from 6 to 8. It'll be right here in the city building in the atrium. So, yeah, very excited. Hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had a great partnership with the Historical Society and looking forward to helping host this. And the only concerns I've heard, Jay, are will there be enough room and will you do repeat shows?
We certainly will do repeat shows.
Okay. Mayor, Council, I know we have several other guests, and perhaps it's appropriate if the first 3 resolutions on the agenda, if we move those up to now and take action on those to help accommodate our guests, and then we can return to the manager's report for some other less fun business.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay. You want to do it right now? Okay. You don't want to finish the manager's report?
No, if we go ahead to Resolution 2024-5, congratulating City of Mason Manor Rays champions.
Okay, let me just switch paper real quick. Okay. Resolution 2024.5-5. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulating the City of Mason Manor Rays champions. Whereas the City of Mason fosters a culture of wellness, focusing on accessibility and inclusivity for city facilities, programs, and services, and encourages the community to come together and recognize Mason as a community that embraces respect, compassion, and opportunity for all. And whereas in the spirit of enhancing inclusive opportunities, in 2022, the City of Mason established the Mason Manor Rays Champion Swim Program, designed to promote growth and skill development in and out of the water for individuals with disabilities. And whereas the Warren County Board of Developmental Disabilities, in conjunction with Warren County Special Olympics, partners with the City of Mason and provides ongoing volunteer support to the program. And whereas the Champions Program aligns with Mason's mission for teaching all residents how to be safe in the water, with athletes demonstrating they are water safe by swimming 25 yards of freestyle in 1 minute and 30 seconds without interruption. And whereas 14 Mason Manor Ray champions participated in exhibition meets at the Mason Manor Rays home swim meets hosted at the Mason Municipal Aquatic Center. And whereas the champions hosted their first dual meet this year against Butler County with 50 athletes in attendance, and each athlete participated as well as competed in the regional swim meet at Powell Crosley YMCA. And whereas on Sunday, February 25th, 9 Manor Ray champions traveled to Bowling Green, Ohio for the 2024 Winter Games Special Olympics Ohio State Championship swim meet, representing Mason and Warren County Special Olympics, resulting in 5 first-place finishers and 4 second- and third-place finishers. And whereas the entire Mason community is proud of the accomplishments of the Manor Rays champions, athletes, and their commitment to the sport of swimming, and contribute to Mason's reputation as the City of Champions. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Mason, Ohio, members elected thereto concurring. Section 1, that the Council of the City of Mason hereby congratulates the Mason Manta Rays champions on the success of their 2023-2024 season. Section 2, that this resolution shall take effect and be in force from and after the earliest period allowed by law.
Okay. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for the adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
I just want to say your victory for this swim meet is so inspirational. You guys worked so hard. All your dedication, your teamwork, it all paid off. You guys won. You guys did such a good job. You represented our community quite well. I'm very proud of you. Keep swimming, keep shining, because you guys just do such good work. Congratulations. Is there any other council discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to say I'm very proud of the partnership that our city has with the Warren County Board of Developmental Disabilities. I mean, you're the reason why the Mason Manta Rays are able to have this program. I know that you guys provide, I think, 2 people to work with this program, so thank you very much for that partnership.
Okay, anyone else?
We do have Chrissy Avery here,
Okay,
Department, to give us an overview of the accomplishments.
great.
Sometimes it's a movable one. Today it's this one. All right, how are you guys tonight? It's really exciting to be here, and I know our athletes are chomping at the bit to kind of share their accomplishments with you. So everything that the city does, we always do with a focus on our culture of wellness through our facilities, our programs, and our services. The pillar of inclusiveness and making sure that our programs are accessible and adaptive is something that is always evolving. I want to introduce Trish. Trish is one of our head age group coaches. So I'm going to bring her up. She's one of the full-time coaches that works through the Parks Department. She's a City of Mason employee and was really a strong advocate to help partner with our Warren County Special Olympics and Warren County Board of Developmental Disabilities. So she's going to help introduce our coaches, and they're going to introduce each athlete.
Very good. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you guys so much for, providing this opportunity to us. I really, really appreciate the recognition to these wonderful athletes that we have here. The Manta Ray Champions started a couple years ago, as you had mentioned, and since then they have developed so much over the course of the 2 seasons that they have been in session. So many of the athletes from the first year that we started looped with us and came back again. Last year we picked up a few more for this year, and they've just done an outstanding job. Our practices are 1 hour a week, and that consists of dry land, where we learn coordination skills and just getting us prepared for the water. And then they are in the water swimming for approximately 45 minutes, and we review skill sets for all 4 strokes. Many of them came in at the very beginning just knowing freestyle, and we ended up with a medley relay at the state meet, which is all 4 strokes, backstroke, back breast, fly, and free. And they did a fantastic job with that. So without further ado, I'd love to introduce our coaches, and then also Rhonda Shuddy, who is the local co-coordinator for Warren County Special Olympics. Rhonda, if you want to stand. She came to us a couple years back and was really interested in, helping us out with this program, and has been a wonderful support throughout this whole time. She's present at all the practices, comes to the meets, and it just is a really great connection with these athletes and what they do. I have Debbie, Coach Debbie, and Coach Ashley, if you want to come on up. Debbie and Ashley are coaches with the Mason Manta Ray swim team, and they coach various groups, and one of the groups is Manta Ray Champions that they work with, and they do such a great job connecting with our athletes. We do have a senior level athlete that is with the Mason Manta Ray Senior 3 group, who volunteers her time with the group as well, just helping out and with our athletes. Natalia, if you want to go and stand. That's Natalia. Do you want to come up? You didn't know you were coming up, did you? She came right from swim practice. So without further ado, would you like to introduce the... All right, very good.
Okay, our first swimmer, these aren't in alphabetical order, so I'm going to surprise you guys when I call your names. Ashley and I will take turns calling everybody up. The first swimmer we're going to bring up is Kelly Crabtree. Kelly is a second-year swimmer. She started with us last year. She's a very strong, versatile swimmer. She can do all 4 strokes legally, and she's fast. She's a great leader within the program, being a little older and being on swim teams. She swam with the Mason High School swim team, and her experience has really been beneficial for our young program. Kelly has had some of her fastest races at state this year, where she had received 2 silver medals, one in the 50 back and one in the 100 freestyle. Kelly was also on the girls medley relay, so this year, this being our second year, but last year we didn't try to do relays since we were a new program and weren't really sure what the team was going to look like. So we decided to step in and do relays for the regional meet so we could qualify for state. And so we had 8 of our swimmers that swam relays, actually 9, because we had another swimmer that couldn't come to state. And so Kelly was on the regional and the state girls medley relay, where she swam breaststroke and did very well. And that was kind of exciting to see them all come together and all of our swimmers be able to come together and do 2 medley relays, because that's kind of tough to do when you got swimmers to do all 4 strokes legally. So that was fun. Okay.
All right, next swimmer we are going to introduce is Alina Goastani. Come on up, Alina. Alina is our champions team cheerleader, if you can't tell. She's super bubbly, has all the energy. She brings so much energy to our practices, in and out of the water each time she comes to practice. So she's just a joy to be around. She has shown so much improvement over the last year. Alina was not a fan of backstroke until she swam backstroke at state this year, and she won gold in the 25 backstroke. So congrats on that. She also won silver in the 50 freestyle at state. And she swam in our first ever girls medley relay as well at the state meet as the anchor, swimming freestyle on that relay. So congrats, Alina, on your accomplishments.
Okay, our next swimmer is David Warner. Okay, David, also second year coming into the champions. He is one of the older swimmers on the team, but he has no trouble taking lead, going first when we ask for volunteers to try a new skill or who's going to go off the block, and David would go, oh, okay, I'll go. And I know he likes to put that face on, but he's excited to be with us. Practice-wise, he puts in 110%. He's even come into the pool on days we don't have practice, working hard, getting stronger. And one thing that happened this spring is we discovered that he can do butterfly. And so, we've been working on butterfly. My hopes are for next season to get him doing the 25 fly in one of our meets, because he's been really working hard at that. And he swam at regionals and at state as well. And at the state meet, he got gold also in his least favorite stroke of backstroke, and placed 4th in the 50 free. And then David was also on the anchor for our medley relay, both at regionals and at state, swimming the freestyle. So good job, David.
All right, next swimmer, we are going to introduce Allie Huber. Come on up, Allie. All right, Allie is also a second-year swimmer with Champions. She is always willing to swim any stroke we ask. She loves butterfly, which I think is the hardest stroke, so way to go on that, Allie. She loves to lead our Mason cheer at the end of practice. She's always volunteering to lead our cheer out. She is one of our distance swimmers on the team, and she does awesome, so she does those longer events. Allie won a bronze medal in the 100 back, and she placed 4th in the 100 free at state. She also swam on our first ever girls medley relay at both regionals and state. She swam backstroke on those. Congrats, Allie.
Okay, next we have Jack Wojno. That's Jack. All right, Jack is also a returning swimmer, and as you can see, he didn't have his medals, so he's got them on his phone. Yes, perfect. So he brought his medals, but he brought them virtually. Okay, Jack is a very strong swimmer. He is very enthusiastic, if you can't already tell. Happy to be there, happy to be at practice. It's very contagious to a lot of the swimmers and the coaches. This season, his hard work really paid off because he won his gold medal at the state meet in the 50 free, as you can see in his picture, and then he's got his bronze for his backstroke. We also discovered that we have another butterflyer on the team where we work with all the strokes, and sometimes the swimmers are just more comfortable doing certain strokes, so we just encourage that. And I guess one of the last practices we said, hey, Jack, can you do fly? And he's like, yeah. And he just flew across the water. So we found another hidden talent with Jack, and so we're going to put him in some fly next season too. Congratulations, Jack. Good job.
All right, next swimmer, we are going to introduce Mason McCart. Come on up, Mason. Okay, so Mason came to the champions this year after finishing his high school swimming career at Lebanon High School. He graduated last spring. Mason always has a very positive attitude, works very hard at practice, always leading the lane, just being a great leader. He's very strong in all 4 strokes. Mason received a silver medal in the 50 breaststroke, and he placed 4th in the 100 freestyle at state. Mason was our breaststroke swimmer on our boys medley relay at both regionals and state meet. Mason also has a brother, Maddox, who swam with the champions last year. But yeah, how about you stand up, Maddox, just so we can see you. Yeah. And Maddox, he swam last year. He was unable to swim this year because he swam on his high school team this year at Lebanon High School. So congrats to both of you guys.
Okay, our next swimmer is Matt Hempel. And Matt has his awards also on his phone. You guys are so clever. I love it. That's awesome. All right, so Matt is also a second-year swimmer with us. Matt's very positive, always working hard at practice. He's one that leads his lane as well. Very versatile swimmer. He's got all 4 strokes down. He was our butterflyer in our medley relay for the state and the regional meet. Was pretty cool to watch that he has that hidden talent in butterfly. And you can see his medals. He came into the state meet and he blew everybody out of the water in his events. It was pretty impressive to watch. He just crushed his opponents. And I think he kind of kept that a secret, like in practice. Okay, I'm not gonna show all my guns just yet. So that was fun to watch. So Matt ended up getting first in his gold in back and in 50 freestyle. Congratulations, Matt.
All right, next swimmer, we are going to introduce Arlen Rappin. Come on up, Arlen. All right, Arlen is a second-year swimmer with our champions group. She is very soft-spoken, but she is such a joy to coach. She has a very positive attitude and works really, really hard at every single practice she comes to. Arlen has gotten much stronger over the season. Her hard work has paid off. She won 2 gold medals at state. Yes. So one of those was in the 25 freestyle, and one of those was in the 50 backstroke. She also competed on the girls medley relay at state, swimming the butterfly leg of the race. So congrats, Arlen.
Okay, our next swimmer is Will Barnes. Okay, Will is the first-year swimmer with the champions. He actually came to us from Hamilton County, and so we're excited to have him join our champions this year. Will's a strong swimmer. His favorite stroke, again, is butterfly. I don't know what the trend is, but we're getting some butterflyers. It's pretty awesome. Anytime we have fly, he likes to do fly if we give him a choice what to swim. He did really well at state meet as well, and he also swam regionals. And he won a silver in the 25 free, and then he placed 4th in the backstroke at state. We really enjoyed having Will with us this year and hope that he comes back and swims with us again next year. Good job, Will.
All right, and our next swimmer, Olivia Curry. Come on up, Olivia. All right. Olivia swam with champions last season, and she returned for the fall session this year. Her positive energy is contagious, if you can't already tell by that smile on her face. She loves to help lead our stretches at the beginning of practice, make sure we're all stretched out before we get in the water. She's very versatile. She can swim all of the strokes really, really well. She competed at regionals and swam in our first girls medley relay. She swam butterfly. After regionals, Olivia decided to take a little break from swimming and try a new sport. She's playing pickleball, and yes, and so good luck in pickleball, and we hope that you return in our next session. Congrats.
And then we just have 2 other swimmers that, actually 3 other swimmers that swam with us this season that didn't make it tonight. And that's Maddie Malcolm, and she's actually our youngest swimmer. She's 11, she's the youngest one on the team. And Jaya Thrower, and then Ileana Shaw. So the 3 of them are just not here today, but they rounded out our team and made a great program this year.
Mayor, could we have them lead us in their cheer?
Well, let's do pictures first.
And then the cheer?
And then the cheer, yeah. Just in case we start to lose.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay. So now we need to vote. Roll call, please. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I need a motion to, okay, where are we? The roll call. All right, sorry.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spate?
Yes.
Okay, we have Resolution 2024-6. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. Acknowledging the efforts of Joshua's Place, Shine Like Sable, and the Comet Cupboard in reducing childhood hunger in the community. Whereas more than 3 decades of research shows conclusively that hunger and food insecurity among children are important risk factors for poor health, reduced social and psychological well-being, increased incidences of behavioral problems, and lower academic achievement. And whereas food insecurity is an official term from the United States Department of Agriculture and is used in reference to instances when people don't have enough to eat and don't know where their next meal will come from. And whereas childhood hunger statistics are staggering, with 1 in 5 children, roughly 13 million in the United States, face food insecurity daily, and 13% of households with children in the United States not able to afford enough food for their family. And whereas Joshua's Place partners to meet the needs of hungry children at times when other resources are not available, such as weekends and school vacations. And whereas Shine Like Sable provides funding and volunteers to ensure Sable's desire to feed those in need continues. And whereas Comet Cupboard was created by Girl Scout Troop 44405 to provide Mason students experiencing food insecurity with weekend food packs. And whereas through the collaborative efforts of organizations such as Joshua's Place, Shine Like Sable, and the Comet Cupboard, families with children have access to facilities, programs, and services that help fight childhood hunger. And whereas the efforts of these organizations enhance Mason as a community that embraces kindness, giving, compassion, and opportunity for all. And whereas Joshua's Place, Shine Like Sable, and the Comet Cupboard are furthering Mason's mission for a culture of wellness in the community. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Mason, Ohio, members elected thereto concurring. Section 1, that the Council of the City of Mason is proud of the efforts and contributions of Joshua's Place, Shine Like Sable, and the Comet Cupboard in reducing childhood hunger in the Mason community. Section 2, that residents, businesses, houses of faith, civic organizations, and all members of the Mason community are encouraged to support, promote, and give to these efforts. Section 3, that this resolution shall take effect and be enforced from and after the earliest period allowed by law.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? First, I want to thank you, Scott, for the tour, inviting council to come tour the food pantry. On Sunday, we toured the Mason Middle School, not the middle school, the intermediate school, and then today we toured the high school. And it was very enlightening. The dedication of the students, the staff, the volunteers, that is just truly commendable. Those little Girl Scouts, they were just adorable, and they owned it. They were serious about it. They worked hard. And on Sunday, I was humbled that we were able to come together as a community to package up food for the hungry within our community. And on Sunday, we packaged 4,000 pounds of food to 72 families. That's 11 meals with 11 recipes with all the food to make the meals. And then, of course, you got to throw in some Girl Scout cookies, Cheez-Its, cereal, Pop-Tarts, and some soap items. But, together, we can make a profound impact to help the individuals within our community who are hungry. And these organizations that you are going to introduce in just a moment, they're such a crucial part of our community because we don't think of Mason as having students that are starving and hungry and have no food. We think it's an inner city problem when it's not just an inner city problem. We have that here. So Scott, would you like to introduce the guests tonight?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for that. And then also, after I introduce the guest, if it's okay, Tracy Carson was going to get up and speak on behalf of the three. Is that all right?
Yes, that would be great.
So let's go ahead and we'll have, won't you just all stand up? So everybody stand up that is with Shine Like Sable, the Comet Cupboard. Brian, come on up. And then with Joshua's Place. So thank you all for what you do in our community. The things that we did, like you said, yesterday and even tonight, just the awareness. And I think that's what we really want to bring forward is, if nothing else, the awareness that there is a need here in Mason. And I thank you all for your efforts on this. And I love the fact that you all work in tandem in doing this. It's never a competition. It's always what can we do to help each other out to meet the need. And so with that being said, Tracy, would you mind sharing a few words for us?
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Nelson, members of City Council, Mr. Hanson, and City Administration team. I'm Tracy Carson. I'm a proud Mason resident. I'm also the Public Information Officer for Mason City Schools. And I'm very honored to be asked to speak tonight about an issue that I know each of you feel really passionate about, and that is families facing food insecurity in our own community. All of us in this room know many stories about our wonderful community that sometimes are a surprise to those outside of the 45040. How many non-Mason people do you sometimes run into, especially in greater Cincinnati, who'd be surprised by the dynamic cultural diversity in our community? Like, we have students in our schools who speak over 100 languages. Sometimes when you say that and you're out and seeing friends in Cincinnati, they're like, really, Mason? And you're like, yeah, you should come out and see. We got some good stuff going on. But sometimes there are important stories that go unknown, unheard, and untold. And food insecurity is one of those. And it's why I'm especially appreciative of Council's efforts to shine a light on this important issue. We are a blessed community by many measures. And when you drive through our beautiful neighborhoods and clean streets, we may forget that we don't always know our neighbors' stories and the hardships that they face. Would you be surprised to learn that the number of students who qualify for free school lunches has tripled this year? Yes, that's right. We've gone from about 310 students who qualify for a free meal to over 1,300. Now, some of this is because the federal government has reduced a bureaucratic hurdle for families by using the income figures on a family's Medicare application to have them simultaneously qualify for free lunch. That's a good thing. But at the end of the day, we know that about 10% of Mason City Schools families are facing food insecurity. That may still seem like a low overall number, and it is when you think of 10% compared to some other communities in Ohio. But I would also offer that being a part of the 10% of families facing food insecurity can actually make that burden more difficult in an affluent community like ours. You see, if you're in a school district where 80% of the school qualifies for free and reduced lunches, you're the norm. Your friends are in the same boat, and your community and county often has a robust social services network that you can rely on for help. There's transportation services, there's homeless shelters, there's food banks, there's all these things at the ready, and you and other people who you live nearby are doing all of that. In Mason City Schools, we know we can ensure that children are fed during the school day. Our teachers, school counselors, prevention and wellness staff, and student meal staff are all trained to recognize signs when kids might be hungry, and they're empowered to take action. But what happens after the school day? What happens when kids leave and go home on the bus? What happens over a weekend? What happens at spring break? What happens on those long times when kids are not at school? Well, that's when we as a community are very fortunate to be served by the Comic Cupboard and Comic Closets, an organization initiated and fueled by the relentlessness of Casey and Brian Moran and Girl Scout Troop 44405, who provide weekend food, clothing, and personal items to their peers in needs. They mobilize Mason sports teams and local businesses in item drives and then ensure that students are able to be given the food and items discreetly, all while protecting individual students' privacy. They help spearhead drives like the one that you all participated in on Sunday so that families facing food insecurity have meals over spring break. When the Gibson family faced the unbearable tragedy of losing their little sister, Sable, they were led to follow Sable's example of packing an extra lunch for a friend who would need it. In their darkest hour, Holly and Scott took the outpouring of support from the community and forged a powerful partnership with Joshua's Place to pack shine packs of food each month that are distributed to Mason students and their families. Joshua's Place understands the power of giving help that doesn't hurt. So alongside with those packs, they're also walking alongside families who may be struggling, like the mom who has a debilitating illness, or the dad who's lost a job, or the grandma who's raising her grandkids. These organizations, the Comic Cupboard and Closets, Shine Like Sable and Joshua's Place, and others, like Mason Kiwanis, the American Legion Post 194, the Mason Deerfield Rotary, and Love Like JJ, are all stepping in to help and doing so in a way that preserves the dignity of our Mason Comets and their families. They are a lifeline to these families, and they are key reasons our community is special and strong. Those children and their families know when they live in Mason that there is a community willing to walk beside them and to say that this won't be a generational poverty issue, that we get to break that cycle here, we get to break that cycle in Mason, and we get to do it as a community. And I'm very grateful for council for bringing this issue to us and to have partners in our community to work with our schools so closely. We rely on them, we rely on our neighbors here in Mason, and we're grateful.
Thank you. Okay, I need roll call, please. Oh, I need a motion
Mayor,
to
do
adopt.
we have any council comments before, or?
Yes, let me do motion to adopt, and then
Okay.
we'll go ahead. Motion to adopt?
So moved. Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Council discussion?
Yes, Mayor. Oh, so go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sorry.
All right, thank you. Scott, Holly, Casey, ladies from Joshua's Place. Brenda? Nona, I'm sorry. I just can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate all that you do for our community. You know, Tracy mentioned the Kiwanis Club. I've been in Kiwanis for the past 15 years, and I was stunned to find out just how much of a need we have for this in our community. You know, as Tracy mentioned, this is a thriving community with a lot of money, and we still have people that need that lift, that help. And all the efforts that you've made, all the work that you've done is just, I can't even put words to how invaluable that is. So thank you for all you do. I am honored to partner as a member of council with each of you. Thank you.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes, thank you. I have to agree with Councilmember Hackey there. I don't know that I have enough words or any words to express the gratitude of the work and the time that you all put in. And I don't think everyone understands the amount of time that you put in to make sure that this happens for our families here in this community. One thing I always think of is, like, we all have a circle around us, and if all of us just try to improve that circle around us, and then we get closer to everybody else's circle, pretty soon all the circles are going to join up, and we can really make a difference in people's lives. And that's what you guys are doing. Your circles are joining up. And I just can't even say enough as far as like what you have meant to our community. And I'll say this again, I'm worried if you all leave. What's gonna happen with this program? I mean, it's just so vital. So thank you just so much. Really appreciate it. And it's, I don't know, thank you. Anyone?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I don't typically like to speak if I'm just going to repeat what other council members have said, but I think it's important enough to say it again, and I will be brief, but just thank you. Thank you for what you do for our community and what you do for our children and the community that need it and are suffering from food insecurity. So we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I've had a chance to work with a few different nonprofits that are more national or beyond in scope, and I've studied what happens when children are food insecure or they don't have the personal hygiene items that they need. When your school attendance goes down, your likelihood to graduate also decreases significantly. So, these basic needs really matter, not just for day-to-day life, but also for these children's future. So thank you for what you're doing.
Mayor, I would like to recognize somebody out in the audience real quick, because what I love about this community is it's the community giving back to the community, and Mason is so good at that. And Sean is one of our small business owner in Mason, so he owns Two Cities Pizza, and every month he gives back to this community. So thank you for that. It's businesses like yours. Thank you.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Yep. If we can all do a picture, that would be great.
Council members, I think you have something for the lady.
If I can call the family members down of Frank Batchy. Yeah, come on up. Well, tonight we have a resolution for Frank Batchy, and his family members are here with us. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
I'm Priscilla.
I'm Margaret.
And I'm Frank III.
Well, we appreciate you guys being here tonight with us. We have a resolution, it's 2024-7, commemorating Dr. Frank H. Batchy Jr. for his outstanding contribution to the city of Mason, Ohio. Whereas Frank Henry Batchy Jr. was a prominent leader in the Mason community for over 50 years, and whereas Frank met his wife, Libby, at Miami University, and the two were fortunate enough to share 58 years together, along with 5 children, 17 grandchildren, and 23 great-grandchildren. And whereas Frank H. Batchy Jr. dedicated his life to dentistry, serving as a dentist in the U.S. Army from 1957 to 1960, followed by owning his own practice in Mason alongside Dr. Urbeck for 30 years, where he cared for many generations of family. And whereas, in addition to dentistry, Frank H. Batchy Jr. was a pillar of the Mason community, serving 15 years on the Mason School Board with a term as president, as well as an active member and board president of the Mason Historical Society. And whereas Frank made it his life goal to be consistently learning and growing, using that knowledge to preserve the quality of education and life in Mason schools and the community. And whereas Frank Batchy was a generous and kind soul who lived a full and happy life, Frank contributed to the well-being of Mason community and changed the lives of those around him, garnering the respect and admiration of everyone who had the pleasure to meet him. And whereas Frank H. Batchy exhibited leadership, dedication, and generosity through his contributions that have had a profound impact on the success of Mason, the Mason community. And whereas Frank H. Batchy will always be known as one of Mason's most respected citizens, and his legacy will live on through his family and all who knew him. Now, therefore, I, Diana K. Nelson, Mayor of Mason, Ohio, do hereby proclaim February 12th, 2024 as Frank Batchy Day in the city of Mason.
I would just like to say my father would be so honored to be receiving this award tonight. He grew up and lived his entire life in Mason, and he loved Mason, and he was so proud of it back then, and would be thrilled to hear about all the programs that you've talked about and shared tonight, and the schools, the parks, the infrastructure in Mason, the communities that have been built. He's just so proud of that, and we just would like to thank you for honoring him.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Oh, let's get some council pictures. Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved. Second.
Barb, would you like to say a few things? You've been here, I think, the longest on council. You grew up here.
I've been the longest forever in this world, but you know. Yes, well, I did grow up with the Batchy family. And Margaret, I'm sorry if this is going to embarrass you, but this is going to tell your age, but Margaret and I were cheerleaders together at school. So, yes, and if you all want to know, and I always called him Dr. Batchy because, you know, he was Dr. Batchy. If you want to know what he looked like, this is what he looked like right here with Frank. Exactly. But I can remember being a little girl, it was either you saw Dr. Batchy or Dr. Urbeck to get your teeth done, get them cleaned and everything. And when I was a small girl, probably about 3, I fell and hit my 2 front teeth, and they bruised. They were black. And so I remember, I don't remember it, of course, but my mother always told the story about how she had to take me to Dr. Batchy, and he had to pull them out, and I just cried through the whole thing. Because I don't think there was a lot of same, like, number stuff that they have now. Yeah. But he did a good job because my teeth look good. So... But it's so good to see you guys. I don't know how many still, you guys live, nobody lives right in Mason, do they? Or, okay, but some of your sisters are, there's what? Yeah. Yeah, I know you got a few more sisters and everything, but we're really sorry about the loss of your dad and of course your mom some years ago. And I'm so glad that we were able to honor him. And he was really a great person in this community. Thank you all so much.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Okay, Eric, would you like to finish the manager's report?
Yes. With a pleasant pause, we can get back to some more mundane stuff, maybe. Excuse me, I have a couple of motions. The Child Advocacy Center of Warren County is hosting its annual Blue Ribbon Benefit. That'll be on Saturday, April 27th at Hidden Valley Orchards. Typically, council authorizes a motion to authorize attendance by both council members and staff. If council would like to repeat that, a motion would be appropriate.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Similarly, One City for Recovery is hosting its annual gala event. That'll be on Friday, May 3rd at 6 p.m. at Manor House. If council has attended this in the past when it was held, if you'd like to authorize attendance again by council members and staff similar to previous years, a motion would be appropriate.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
And finally, I do have some plans in coming months to be out of the office on various days. Council needs to appoint someone to act as city manager in my absence. Jennifer Heft claims she is willing. She's certainly capable. I'd appreciate if you'd make a motion appointing her as acting manager in my absences.
Mayor, can we deny that request?
I was just going to ask if we have any alternatives.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second? Jennifer does great work. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I was going to deny the vacation part.
I am sorry, Mayor, for all of them. Finally, City of Mason's offices will be closed on Friday, March 29th in observance of Good Friday. The Community Center will be open regular hours. On Sunday, March 31st, the Community Center will be open more limited hours, 12 to 4 p.m., with some limited operations and access. With that, I have nothing else for the manager's report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we have a presentation from Safe on Main. Dorico Murray, are you here with us? Would you like to come to the podium?
I will be brief. Good evening. It is my privilege and my honor to be here before you, most esteemed council, mayor, Manager Hanson, as a representative and executive director of Safe One Maine. You do not need me to tell you much about Safe One Maine. It has a 40-year reputation, and I know it speaks for itself. However, I will take a moment to discuss the ways in which we are a part of this community. One of the things that has been asked to me since I've come to Safe One Maine is, as a man, how is it that I am leading a domestic violence organization, a sexual assault organization, and why would I want to do that? Back in October, we held our annual memorial, and as I looked out at the people who had lost their loved ones due to domestic violence, what I realized is more than ever, this is an issue that impacts everyone. Abuse hurts everyone, and not just the victim and not just the survivor. Abuse hurts our entire community. And so one of the things that I've been looking at when people talk about Safe One Maine is the fact that we often think of it as a domestic violence organization. We often think of it as a sexual assault organization. But one of the things that I've seen is it is a community building organization. Safe One Maine does significant work in our school systems. Right here in Mason, we've worked with over 650 students this year. We've provided 20 sessions with those students, working on healthy relationship building and things of that nature, teaching them how to identify teen dating violence and things that promote healthy activity amongst our young people. So for me, what I'm learning is it's not just that our goal is to end domestic violence or our goal is to end sexual assault, but we see the intersection between what we do and what this community is. We work with our first responders, we work with our educators, we work with some of our esteemed council members. We even have one of our very own student volunteers in the room on this afternoon. And that's what we've been doing. We're building a community that is saying no to violence. We will not allow our community to be a place that is unsafe for anyone. And so our mission is in our name, Safe One Maine. We stop abuse for everyone, and we are thankful for the partnership that we have with this council and the many councils in this Warren County area, our school systems, our first responders, and all of those people and business owners in this community that are saying no to violence. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for the Mason Mile update. Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, Casey Richards sends his apologies. He was not able to make it. He was dealing with some family medical issues. Sorry. But he did want me to indicate that they are, phase one of the public rollout of the downtown strategy plan that they have been working on for many months is planned for Saturday, April 6th at 4 p.m. The location is still to be determined, but there will be information on that. So that was the highlight of what they wanted to present tonight, is just to remind folks to be looking forward to that. Again, that's the phase one public rollout, Saturday, April 6th at 4 p.m. on the downtown strategic revitalization plan that they've been working on.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is recognition of visitors. Would you like to go up to the podium?
My first name is Bill, and I would prefer not to give my address, but I have lived in Mason since 1974, and I didn't know what an introduction I could have until the Historical Society gave their presentation. And I remember in '74 when the hurricane came through, that I with George Funk and the Mason J.C.'s and the Red Cross and the city manager, we opened up the emergency center in the high school and ran that for about not more than 4 weeks when we determined that we had covered everybody that needed help and everything like that. So that shows I am concerned about the city of Mason with many other things. The main thing I want to talk about is safety. And the safety part is with what's going on nowadays. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching Fox News, and they were showing a lineup of 30 or 40 young Chinese military-age men standing there, and they were standing at parade rest. And I don't know how many of you have been in the service, but standing at parade rest is not, to me, a normal thing. And so I got concerned about what's going on, and I had been concerned prior to that. So what I would like to have this council talk to about the safety of Mason and how we'll be able to help our citizens if we have an emergency attack of some kinds. And one of the things is, I know when I moved here, we had well water. I don't know if we maintain our wells and keep them up to date so they're working. We should look into that. The other thing is we should work with CG&E and look at what it takes to make safety our substations, because it doesn't take much to do that. And there are probably other things in the city that need to be looked at, such as that you all can come up with. And the other thing is, I would like to mention that an auxiliary police force is another thing you can look into. Before I moved to Mason, I lived in Norwood, and we had a police force at an association, and we had about 100 young men in there. And when the '68 riots occurred, we were able to help the city stay safe. And after that, that's when I decided to move out of Hamilton County. So the main thing is, let's see, I got the water wheels, police force, substations, is that's the main thing I like to just, portray to you, that we need to take in consideration for the safety of our people, that we can, like I used to be a piping engineer, they used to be, and whether we have a valve or valves, because we get our water from Cincinnati, if something happens to Cincinnati's water, can we shut off our Cincinnati water coming in and then start our wells up and make sure our people have water? That's a big, big thing. So, all right. You got any questions, I'll answer them if you want to know.
We appreciate you coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we've moved so much around that I'm trying to get organized here. Are we on 12? Number 12. Okay. Number 12, Resolution 2024-8. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor? Whoops, sorry.
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Supporting the appointment of members to the Warren County 911 Program Review Committee and approving the countywide 911 plan.
Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. This is largely a housekeeping measure. Per state code, counties are required to have what's called a 911 Program Review Committee. Warren County provides a communications center, which provides dispatch 911 services for the city of Mason. And part of that responsibility is, and this may be more details than folks want to know, but PSAPs. Warren County has one, as well as the cities of Lebanon and Franklin. So each of those provide dispatch. Mason happens to be part of Warren County's dispatch. They provide those services. The state requires the 911 program to be updated periodically, and that is done through a countywide 911 program review committee. composed of a number of members as stipulated by statute. A couple of those is a committee member that is a member of a legislative authority within the county, selected by the majority of the legislative authorities of the cities in the county. What is recommended is that Mark Messer of Lebanon Council other communities have opted to select him as that member, primarily because Lebanon does have one of those PSAPs, wanted to make sure that Lebanon had representation on this committee. That is one piece of the ordinance before you. The other is to accept Warren County's plan that has been approved by the Regional Planning Committee on February 27th and is due to be filed with the state before April 3rd of 2024. That plan is essentially goes through the state requirements, indicates how the county dispatch is meeting those to ensure that 911 service throughout the county is consistent throughout the state. As part of that committee, we met 2 weeks ago, briefly reviewed the components. It is largely kind of pro forma, almost a fill-in-the-blank thing, and it is ready to be returned to the state along with that last appointment of Mr. Mark Messer. Resolution 2024-8 accomplishes both of those and is recommended.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
Second.
Is there any council discussion? Okay, roll call.
Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth,
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett,
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-23, we are going to have the first reading. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Approval of a major modification to a concept planned unit development plan for the Everybody's Farm Phase 2 development located southwest of the intersection of Tylersville Road and Radio Way, Everybody's Farm Phase 2.
Eric?
Yep. We'd like to set a public hearing on that for April 8th.
Okay, number 14 on the agenda, ordinance 2024-24. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Approval of the record plat for 7 Star Properties, Section 1.
Steve?
Mayor, members of council, this is a dedication plat for the new Castle Drive gas station, which is located on the corner of Castle and US Route 42, which came to Planning Commission back in October of 22 for the site plan approval, and one of those conditions was to dedicate the required right-of-way of along Reading Road or US 42, and this accomplishes that. So 2024 is recommended for adoption, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
Second.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Spaeth,
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett,
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes. Ordinance 2024-25, I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a service agreement in the amount of $8,000 with Safe on Main.
Jennifer?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, representatives from Safe on Main did a wonderful job tonight describing some of their services and the number of individuals they serve. We've had a service agreement with Safe on Main since 2019. I do want to touch on a couple things that is in the service agreement. One is the collaboration between Mason's campus safety team and first responders to provide preventative education and training and response protocols for them. And they also have committed to $1,000 of the city's support to be allocated to provide community center passes and program fees to youth directly impacted by domestic violence for the purpose of engaging in activities that builds self-confidence, character, and healthy development. With that, ordinance 2024-25 is recommended for adoption.
Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
Move.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
Second.
Any council discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Bennett,
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth.
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-26, I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to engage the Mason Symphony Orchestra for the performance of an additional concert in an amount not to exceed $45,000 and declaring an emergency.
Eric?
Yes, Mayor. Just some brief background. I think council's familiar with this. The city has, in recent years, tired, I gotta loosen up my mouth, has continued to express interest in supporting the arts in Mason and finding creative ways to partner and provide additional arts programming efforts for the residents of Mason. One of those partners has been the Mason Symphony Orchestra. They're a regional orchestra that performs professional level symphonic and popular classics. And they have a track record collaborating with other local arts organizations, increasingly with the city of Mason. In 2023, the city began partnering actively with the Symphony Orchestra, and as part of that partnership, authorized $75,000 to fund 3 concert performances throughout the year of 2023 for the community to enjoy. And by all reports, those concerts were well received. Based on the success of that initial partnership year, Council authorized continuing that commitment in 2024, authorizing $99,000 to again fund 3 concert performances throughout the year. And I should mention that also includes those 3 kind of cornerstone concert performances. They're also make themselves available for additional events such as the Veterans event or sometimes events in the community, in the atrium here. So those 3 concert performances, one was just took place on Saturday, February 10th. The next one is scheduled for Saturday, May 18th. That will be held at the Mason High School Auditorium at 7:30 p.m. The city, as part of those concerts, receives opportunities to access tickets to use to help promote the event, typically through premier memberships at the community center or other events or sponsorships that we may be doing in that month. So those are the 2 years of programming that's been established. Recently, the Symphony Orchestra contacted the city with an additional proposal to host an additional outdoor concert in 2024, and the proposal has Livingston Taylor, who I'm told is the brother of James Taylor, who I appreciate anyhow, as well as a local artist, Michael Williams. The proposal is to hold that concert on Friday, August 9th, and that is an all-in cost of $45,000, meaning the city does not incur too many of the expenses for providing the support, the staging, the lights, etc. They have confirmed that the city's mobile stage will fit their needs for that performance. The Arts and Culture Committee of Council met on February 28th to review that proposal. Remember, we have a kind of a baseline partnership of those 3 concerts. This would add an additional concert and a free outdoor venue, ideally. The committee reviewed the proposal, recommended moving forward with that additional concert in 2024, and ordinance 2024-26 authorizes that expenditure.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, as a member of the Arts and Culture Committee, you know, I'm excited to support this. Dr. Ginther, we've seen many of your performances, and each one takes it to a new level, I'll say. So This is a great amenity for our city. This is a wonderful organization to have with the Mason name as their organization name. And I just think this is a fantastic program that we provide for our residents. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for your dedication to this, and I'm honored to support this.
Okay. Yes, as the chair of the Arts and Culture Committee, I am just super excited to see how you've developed and grown over the last few years. This has been a great partnership. This has been great for our city, and I'm super excited every time I go to one of your concerts. I leave just thinking it was better than the last concert. So if you haven't gone to one of their concerts, you need to go online and get some tickets for their next concert, because it does not disappoint. Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to add one clarification. In the original proposal that was included in your packet, it shows a start time of 8 p.m. I believe the committee's preference, and I think what's moving forward, is looking at more like a 7 p.m.
Yes. Okay. Any other discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may. So I appreciate the Mason Symphony and what they've done and what I've seen, and I definitely appreciate their help with the Veterans Memorial and the rededication of that. It was a wonderful performance. I do have a little bit of pause when I look at the increase in costs that we've had in just 1 year. We went from 75 to 100,000, so a 33% increase. We went from 36,000 for the outdoor concert last year to 45. We got another 25% increase. And understanding the time sensitivity of this, I'm not inclined to prevent this from going forward. I'm okay with that. But I would like to see some help from, or some more information from the Mason Symphony on exactly what's the future hold. Is this an amenity that we're providing? Is this an organization that we're willing to support and move forward? And so I'd like to, I guess my request would just be that we set up some time for the Finance Committee, Eric, Mr. Hanson, to kind of review that proposal, see what that looks like, so we can better plan for what this amenity or what this organization and how we can best support it moving forward. I don't like the surprises, I guess.
Sure.
With these increases. So,
Well,
but I mean, again, I understand there's some time sensitivity here, so I want to, respect that. But
right. I do know that it has become very successful, and they did need to move it to a larger venue, and the venue cost is what the part of the increase. Would you, Dr. Ginther, would you like to speak?
I would be delighted. I can speak to these things. Yes, the costs did go up. I'm going to say, which, as I say everywhere I go, we need that arts center. But we do a survey. The orchestra is not just an entertainment evening for this community. It's a quality of life addition and an asset that we're building, and this is our third year of doing that. And it's good to have a community, have a place and a way to gather. We do our survey after every concert, and given a margin of error, 90 to 93% of people who come to our concerts make it a night out and spend money elsewhere in the city. That's money that stays in this city, instead of people going down to Cincinnati and having a concert experience there. We do have professional musicians, and the quality is good. We have a terrific team, both of staff and musicians. And I'm so honored and grateful to the city for our support, for your support of our orchestra, of your orchestra. It makes things possible, like next weekend is our student scholarship competition. The overall winner of this competition gets to perform on our May 18th concert with professional musicians. It's a terrific opportunity for the students. They also get cash prizes to use for scholarships. So not only do we have the support of the city, we're getting more and more growing support from the community itself, both financially and patrons of the concert and concerts, and makes things possible. Like next year, we will have the Ohio Poet Laureate on our February concert. The year after that, we have Violins of Hope. These are the violins from the concentration camps It's a wonderful, we have them for 2 weeks. So these kinds of things are made possible for our community through the, I'm sure I must have had something else to say. I don't know, I have notes. Anyway, I just want to say thank you so much. And August 9th, we have a national level artist, Livingston Taylor, and of course our very own Michael Williams is also a national level for having been on The Voice and American Idol. I've played under Livingston Taylor, played behind Livingston Taylor on a concert stage. He played the Lancaster Festival 2 years ago, brought in 12,000 people. So, you know, we get some of that back. But I want to thank you again so much. It's an honor and a privilege to partner with the City of Mason. Thank you for all that you do.
Just want, real quick,
sure.
Can you kind of talk about, just briefly, the Violins of Hope? Because that is a really neat program, and I would love for people to know about it.
I've been working on this for 2 years. It's huge that we get this. We're already working, we have a meeting actually tomorrow with leaders in the Jewish community who are going to help us host and help organize this thing. And in this 2 weeks that we get to choose tomorrow, sometime between October of 2026 and the end of February of 2027, we have the violins for 2 weeks. Anyone over the age of 16 can play them. So this invites a side-by-side with students. It invites concerts all over the area. It's each violin has a story. And so there's so many opportunities, and we intend to make the most of each and every one.
And the violins were played at the concentration camps, correct?
The violins came from the concentration camps. Actually, it was a father and son, luthiers, violin makers in Israel. The father just died this week, so I'm very sad about that. But Afshi Weinstein is our contact for these violins. People started bringing them violins from the concentration camps, and over the years, they made a collection of the violins. They wound up with them, and they now send them all over the world.
It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
amazing that they're going to be here in Mason.
It truly, truly is. It's been 7 or 8 years. So, they were in Cincinnati about 8 years ago, so it's time to have them back.
Well, we want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication, because you really do a lot to bring in quality talent.
I live here in Mason, and this is what we do. We give back. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, if you would, I'd just like to say a few things. Dr. Gunther, I want to say thank you. We do appreciate what you're bringing to our community, and your concerts have been very good. I've seen 3 of them, and they are very, very good. I do want to say this, though. I think we are going to do a disservice to you if we don't have this conversation that Councilmember Stricula brought up, because, and actually it was Vice Mayor Chance that made me realize this. I wasn't thinking of this in these terms, but in like a year and 9 months, the composition, the majority of this council could very well change. We don't know that. We know at least 2 people will not be here, and we know at least 2 more people may not be here. Councilmember Hackey's looking at me, but we don't know. And if that happens, the majority of council could definitely change.
Yes.
It might not be people who want to support what you're doing.
Yes.
So I think it is so important that we help you become more
Thank you.
self-sufficient.
That
Have
is in the game.
conversation
Absolutely.
with the finance committee.
Yes.
Because we don't know what the future will bring. And really, like I said, Vice Mayor Chance made me realize that
Yes.
could very well happen. And you have brought a great amenity to our community.
Yes.
And the cost is increasing. I don't know how, there's probably no way to contain that with the way things are today.
It's
for Old
stabilized at this point. It's stabilized. But you're absolutely right, and that's something we think about every day. That is the next project. We have brought in one of the best fundraisers in this southwestern Ohio, Danielle Gentry Barth, who works for Easter Seals. She's a friend. Well, she and Jim went to history. They were in graduate school together. She fantastic fundraiser. She is overseeing development of a development program. So we completely understand that we understand what you guys are doing to give us a leg up and make it possible for us to get our feet under us and be, a strong organization. But we absolutely understand that we don't just hang on that. We use it to leverage what's next. Absolutely. Yes, and thank you for bringing that up.
That's great, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing what the Finance Committee will report back to us on that, because that'll make me
Fantastic.
feel more confident about your future.
Exactly. Fantastic, and I thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, ordinance 2024-27. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Haglage Construction for Phase 4 of the building renovation in Building Number 4 at the Safety and Service Center Annex.
Jennifer?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, tonight's legislation furthers the redevelopment of the city's property along State Route 42, formerly the city's water reclamation plant before it was relocated to Mason Morrow Mill Grove Road. This redevelopment began in roughly 2018, 2019, when the city decided to redevelop the property along with the 5 buildings that are located on the property into a safety service center for the city. Some of the things that have occurred as part of that redevelopment is a street sweeper cleanout area was installed, fire hydrant was installed for fire training purposes, a bulk storage area was added for service operations, confined space training props were located there for both police and fire training. New overhead storage doors were placed on Building 2, so it can now be used as a police impound lot. Paving improvements throughout the site have occurred in phases. In 2020, work began on Building 4 to be used as a training facility. The work has been phased in over a number of years to manage time and cost effectively. Phase 1 included the removal and demolition of a lot of the infrastructure that was inside as part of the water reclamation plant operations. Phase 2, contractors completed installation of a steel supported concrete floor dividing the basement of the facility into 2 floors. The floor essentially created a 3-story training facility for the fire department. The fire department can practice proper hose techniques, search and rescue drills, rescue team maneuvers, and tactical training. Phase 3 of the process consisted of constructing a steel catwalk on the main level for elevated training exercises and an interior stairwell providing access to the basement level. Last year, the work kind of shifted over to Building 5, which received a new roof, siding, and lighting, and is now used for fire department training, as well as the police K-9 training facility. The building has also been used by the Warren County Tactical Response Team for training. Phase 4 of the work, which is before you tonight, includes relocation and restoration of the building's utilities and covered exterior stairwell to enhance training exercises and comply with building codes. $250,000 was included in the 2024 budget for this work. Additional work on the site will be requested as part of the 2025 budget process and will include interior renovations to create classrooms, restrooms, and likely painting of all the buildings to be consistent with the entire site. Ordinance 2024-27 is recommended for adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
Second.
Any council discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula? Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-28. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Barrett Paving Materials, Inc. for the 2024 street maintenance program in the amount of $2,293,666.
Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little disappointed we lost some of the audience because this is the exciting part. And I really know very little about street paving. So part of this, I want to thank our engineering department, because I think we have done something, I think tonight gives us an opportunity, really, kind of the proof of concept of something we've been working on for several years now. And so I can't help myself to talk a little bit about it. I think council's aware of how we, over several years, have kind of stabilized and gotten ahead of fleet purchases. We talk about fleet set aside, which, over the years gives us a balance of funds that actually allows us to be more nimble in how we replace vehicles, because we aren't as subject to kind of the forecasting and the budget cycle, which doesn't always serve, the risk of actually trying to exhaust a vehicle's useful life. We want to duplicate that with the paving program. The problem is it is much more complicated in how it is administered throughout the city, the life cycle of the roads, as well as it's much, much, much more expensive. So this is a longer process to try and get us to the place where we're at with fleet, but I think tonight there's a little bit of a benchmark. Essentially, and this isn't always comfortable for engineers or inspectors who here's the program today and we're going to bid this out and that's what we're going to do. But we've started to get in the habit, and I think they've been very flexible and accommodating in time. We have a base program, which kind of represents the roads we really have to do without incurring a lot of expense, and then bid out an alternate program, which are the roads that probably really ought to be done but could maybe wait if prices are too high. That gives us a little bit of flexibility to choose exactly how big the program is with market situations. We also have had a practice each year, and sometimes this depends on economics, and the budget and our revenues over expenses, of putting a set aside in an effort to build a balance, not unlike with the vehicle set aside. But the purpose here is to build a large enough balance that we can do multiple things. We can respond aggressively when the market is in our favor. It also builds up an ability to start leveling the impact. And keep in mind, paving is probably the single largest routine impact to your budget, making sure the roads stay in good shape. And with that large of a balance, as that balance grows, I should say, it also enables us to weather those circumstances will come when the paving program has to accommodate a very large road. It's one thing to pave, subdivision, cul-de-sac streets, but when those years come that Tylersville Road or Mason Montgomery needs repaving, that represents a much larger annual expense. So this set aside allows us in time to be both more nimble, react to market forces, as well as start leveling out that annual budget impact, because we're better able to absorb some of those larger years that will come. All that being said, which I know is only exciting to folks like me that get into this, I do think it's important to point out this year, I'm very pleased with our engineering staff. They've been nimble as well as patient through the years. I think we finally see a year where those market forces aren't so prohibitive, there's actually a dip. And that gives us an opportunity we haven't had in many years to actually consider dipping into that set-aside fund, which is now at $10.5 million. And the proposal, I think you'll hear, is about $500,000 of that we'd like to suggest. Well, let's go ahead and ramp up the paving program to start making some more aggressive moves to keep up with our streets and start leveling out the program. That's the extent of what I know about paving. It's all about, and what I get geeked up about, the rest, Steve can walk you through the mundane stuff about how they're actually built. But would encourage you to consider amending the ordinances to allow for that dip into the set-aside.
Thanks for the introduction, Eric. I don't know if I need to continue after that explanation, but I'll get into the weeds just a little. So if it's okay, I'm going to go over the next 6 ordinances, which all have to do have related to the 2024 street maintenance program. And the first 2 of those ordinances are the asphalt and concrete, which, as Eric pointed out, it's a heavy lift for our staff to actually get into the weeds and rate every street every year with a number. And with those numbers, we develop a program with that. So that's how we come up with our base and alternative streets. And then from there, we develop actually a concrete program, which is actually bid out separately, which then we work on those same streets, replace curb that's in disrepair, do catch basin work, do those type of things that all need to be upkept, obviously, as infrastructure ages. So with that, the first 2, we received some favorable bids, like Eric mentioned. We've seen our first decrease in tonnage, per price tonnage, in the past 3 years. And it was
actually 5% less and with the alternate amount. So what we saw was kind of the more work we gave them, they gave us an attractive price with that alternate bid. So we feel like there's an opportunity to capitalize on that, like Eric had mentioned, with maybe some additional dollars going to that. So Barrett, we had 5 paving bids. Barrett Paving was the low bidder for just a little less than $2.3 million for the base and the alternate. And again, very competitive bids with just 0.2% from the top 2 difference, which is always good in the engineer's eyes when you get nice close numbers. So then on the concrete program, another 5 bids. Again, real tight, close bids, and actually got a new contractor, Husak Paving and Excavating. They're new to the being a prime contractor for us, but they have done similar work for us with over at the community center and been subs to other projects. So staff is comfortable with them moving forward. We checked some references and we're good with that. So. We did add an emergency clause to that ordinance. Again, that concrete work can start as soon as possible, and we can get rolling with that work and then roll into the paving, which has to come after we get all the concrete work done. The other part of the concrete work, which I guess I failed to mention, was the sidewalk program. We do budget $125,000 annually for the sidewalk program, and this year we're going to use $115,000 of that. Towards that and work in the Olympia Fields and Burr Hill subdivisions, which is streets like Bay Meadows, Layla, Firethorn, which we've been in that area for quite some time and will continue to assist with some of those sidewalks that are turning to gravel. So with that, I'll jump into some of our maintenance. So crack sealing and crack fill program. Again, another critical component for the street maintenance is to preventing water to get into the road, which is sealing up those cracks and sealing up those larger cracks with the mastic. We do feel that it's the most cost-effective way to keep the streets in good condition and extending the life, extending that PCI life, like I mentioned earlier. We did get 2 bids for the crack seal program with Strasser Construction providing the Lotus, and we worked with them in the past. And then JA Construction provided us a quote for the crack fill program, which is that larger, kind of more rideability cracks that we put on streets to try to get rid of the thump when you drive through a neighborhood. And then also, it is another preventative maintenance thing to keep that water out of those same cracks. So, and then one of the newer things this year was Reclamite, which it's new to an ordinance, but not new to the program. We've been utilizing this product since the early 2000s with very good results. It's kind of an after fact. When we actually go pave a street, we come back and we put this basically, if you want a full explanation, I can tell you later, but basically it restores the flexibility or keeps the flexibility or pliability of the pavement. It also helps with water intrusion. Again, that lovely thing called water that is very detrimental to pavement. So with that, we decided to quote that separately this year. Sometimes we've had issues with markup with the prime contractor doing that type of work. So this year we decided to go ahead and quote that out separately, received a good cost. And again, we work with that contractor very frequently. So, and the last ordinance here is for our street striping program. Again, dedicate $125,000 a year to retrace streets. So all the thermoplastic markings, pavement markings, words on pavement, arrows, all those things have to be refreshed, which we do that annually. And then also those little reflectors in the pavement called raised pavement markers that are awesome when it rains. When you drive the streets, we do reflector replacements and also add streets that need them. So with that, our street maintenance program is a little over $3.5 million total, including, like I mentioned, the sidewalk, restriping, all the maintenance and told. And again, the additional $500,000 is recommended to maximize that investment with favorable pricing as intended, and we've divvied that up between the asphalt and the concrete program. And with that, Ordinance 2024-28 through Ordinance 2024-33 are recommended for adoption. And again, 29 has in the emergency clause for the HUSAC to get started right away. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can you explain to me what the emergency clause is? Like, what exactly is that? I know it says it starts early. Anything else? Stephen?
I'll address that part. I mean, the general rule is that when council adopts legislation, it doesn't take effect for 30 days. So even though you may adopt it tonight, we can't actually sign contracts for it for 30 days. I think the intention, just on the concrete one, is to add an emergency clause, which makes it effective immediately, which means tomorrow we can sign that contract. And I think, to Steve's point, the concrete work has to be done first before we can do the actual, I guess, the asphalt paving. And so if council would consider that emergency clause, we can start the concrete work. I mean,
As soon as we get concrete contracts signed and POs open, we got to make the finance director happy and make sure we get everything done. But yes, effectively, we can get going as soon as we everything executed.
And I think, if I could add one other thing, and I think maybe this was probably your real question. It says emergency. Is it like an emergency, like is something dangerous, failing? This is sort of a legislative term of art, and it doesn't mean, I mean, sometimes it does mean that there is an actual, but this is an emergency in the sense that we just need to start it sooner rather than that following the normal 30-day waiting period. But I don't think there's any.
No, thank God, there's none.
Right.
That's the job, to not have that, to do this preventative maintenance. We don't have that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? So I have a quick question. I noticed on the list that East Main, we have curb cut issues over there. They're deteriorating, cracking, and I know the businesses over there have been complaining I've been on council for 8 years, and so way before that. Is there anything, and I know it's been put on hold because we are looking at redoing everything on East Main, but is there anything that we can do temporarily to make it look nicer while we wait? Because it's going to be years before we really start to do anything.
Sure. So that's a great question. And like I mentioned, we evaluate streets based on the asphalt conditioning, and then we do the curb according to that. So, and because of that, the curb is an extensive operation to do. When we replace curb, a lot of that curb on East Main has got about 3 inches of reveal, which means over time the road's been paved and the curb hasn't been adjusted to grade. So with that, to get the reveal back on the curb, we'd either have to raise the curb, which again gets into driveways, sidewalks, things like those things, which again, a lot of front door steps close by, a lot of driveway aprons close by, or we'd have to lower the road. Lower the profile of the road to get that reveal back, which again, extensive operation. We have to make sure the asphalt's there. So some of the things we're going to look at, I think, in the study we're currently going to pursue with East Main, and that's going to be one of those things we'll look into. But it's just not a simple, go in and rip the curb out and put the curb back without a pretty significant ripple effect on other things that'll have to be fixed at the same time.
Is there any way to patch it so that, because it's crumbling in spots?
Maybe. The hard part is crumbling curb, a nice 70-degree day and then one 30-degree day, and that bond's gone, and that curb will deteriorate again. It's going to look, it may look worse than what it is, unfortunately, with patching it. But there is not a good fix to patching curb. It just doesn't work well, and the longevity of it is not. And I know it's a patch, but it still looks like a patch, and it just doesn't work as well. And it doesn't. It's a really hard process to do because you got crumbling gravel, and because the concrete is starting to fail, it's hard to bring that back to life and get it back to its form and make it look somewhat acceptable, I guess.
Okay. They're not going to be happy. All right, now you said you wanted to amend 2024-28.
Yes, so the new amount, if you would like to amend it, would be an increase of $350,000, so the new total would be $2,643,666.
Okay, and for 2029?
2029 would add $150,000 to the total, which would be $864,395.
Okay. Okay. So I need a motion to amend 2024-28 to have a total of $2,643,666.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
We need a roll call? No, okay. Okay, I need a motion to suspend the rule and, wait, all in favor, yes. Okay, so it did pass. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved. Second.
And just to be clear, what you're voting to adopt now is with the new amended dollar amount.
Did we get a first and second?
Second.
Thank you.
Again.
Council discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Okay, ordinance 2024-29, I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with USAC Paving and Excavating, Inc. for the 2024 concrete maintenance program in the amount of $714,395 and declaring an emergency.
Okay, I need a motion to amend 2024-29 to have a fee of $864,395.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, it passed. So I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, I need a motion to adopt with the new amount.
So moved.
Second.
Council discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm curious if there's a way to clean up the curbs. And we're talking about concrete here. Like, could you smooth them out and clean up some of the stuff that's chipped away to make them look a little better? Or would that actually create even more crumbling and?
In a sense, yes, it would. I mean, you would take away, it's just going to continue to unravel. So, yeah, it would essentially, and it could be cleaned up. I mean, the loose gravel could be cleaned up, but yeah, it's not going to stop the deterioration.
We're trying to smooth things.
Well, I think that's what we discussed before. The smoothing operation I don't know that's going to be beneficial to provide that. And it might protect it for a couple of years until we get a nice freeze thaw and it'll pop right off and we'll be cleaning that up. So I don't know if it's beneficial to.
I just meant like just not adding a patch, but just where there's hard edges or something, if there's a way to.
Like grind them down or to get rid of the blunt edge. We can look into it, but I'm not sure. Again, it needs to be replaced. I think everybody's in agreement with that, but it's just the timing of doing it in the process of when it needs to be done.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call?
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-30, I need a motion to read by title only.
Moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Strasser Construction, Inc. for crack seal in the amount of $100,000.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett? Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes. Ordinance 2024-31, I need a motion to read by title only.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with J&A Construction, Inc. for mastic in the amount of $100,000.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-32. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Pavement Technology, Inc. for Reclamite Pavement Rejuvenator in the amount of $120,000.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Ordinance 2024-23. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Is this 33? That's where we're at.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with A&A Safety, Inc. in the amount of $125,000 for the 2024 street striping program.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Item number 24 on the agenda, ordinance 2024-34. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Warren County Educational Services Center to join the Campus Safety Policing District.
Eric?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Sorry. Should have drank. Excuse me. Steve got me all dry-throated with that paving. What's before you here is an opportunity actually to grow a program that I think we should be particularly proud of. The Campus Safety Program is over a decade old now and fairly unique. And where I think folks often hear of school resource officers, and we're kind of proud to say this is not a school resource officer program. These are campus safety officer. And the best way I can capture to kind of briefly distinguish that is in Mason we treat the campus, which includes schools, the community center, this building, as a policing district. So there is a command infrastructure to that. There are officers assigned to that, and they build a familiarity and a focus on that campus. And so you have officers that are familiar with, comfortable, and able to both be a proactive presence within the campus, but also know how to respond immediately, adjacently, as a group if there are those type of emergencies. That's fairly unique amongst school city partnerships in policing, but we have received multiple now, and on a national level, inquiries and interest in how we've done that, how we've been able to put that together, and interest in replicating that. With that as background, what's before you here with Ordinance 2434 is an opportunity to expand or grow that campus with another agency that would like to join. That is the Warren County Educational Service Center. They have approximately 300 students and are located in the former Western Row Elementary on Western Row Road. They have a 10-year commitment to locate that building. They've been there 2 years now. And they have formed a relationship in that time with the Mason Police Department. With the staff there, they have a variety of students with, on a spectrum of different educational needs, and it has been important to the police department to be exposed to that. They've offered training to help our officers be more adaptable and sensitive to a range of different type of needs, especially that students may have. That's been a particular strength to the campus safety program as well as to the department as a whole. But in that time, I always forget the initials, the Warren County Educational Service Center, the WCESC, has indicated a desire to improve and have a more consistent police presence on their school facility there. They've witnessed the success of the partnership with the Mason City School District and have approached the city several times about joining the campus policing district. What we have done in that time, basically this school year, is staff that with extra duty details. And that means we would have volunteer officers that would sign up for that detail and would receive compensation from the school for that time. And I think they've enjoyed that. That's given us an opportunity to kind of give a comfort level of familiarity with the programming there, them with the police presence. But they are voluntary. They don't always get covered, which means the coverage for the client in this case, the Warren County Educational Service Center, isn't always filled and sometimes isn't the consistency they've desired. But we have reached the point where a long-term solution, we believe, is appropriate now. I should have mentioned the other difficulty has been our own staffing levels in police. Because the campus safety program becomes a financial commitment where we promise a certain level of consistency, making sure we have the quantity of police staff to fill that kind of contractual obligation while also having enough officers for the routine patrol throughout the city is a challenge. And workforce is a challenge across the city and across the country, really. Policing can be a particular challenge to find, train, and keep those officers. Council in the past has been flexible, and we have what we call flex positions in police, which in my wording is we set a target higher than we actually need in policing, because most often we're below that target because we're somewhere in transition trying to recruit officers. Officers may have go out on sick leave or injury leave, so our actual full complement of staffing has fallen below that. We are for now, and I think now we know we'll fall below again here in a few weeks, but we've been at the top of that staffing, having those flexible positions, folks trained, which has given us the capacity to now entering into a contractual agreement. I say all that because I do anticipate there are likely some other opportunities, folks that may want to join to some extent the campus safety program, and with adoption of this agreement, to allow the WCSC to join the Campus Safety District, I do anticipate within the next, probably by the next budget cycle, we will want to be talking about raising that upper limit of the number of officers we want to aim to hire. And that'll be a combination both of extending our contractual obligations as well as continuing demographic pressure. We're just going to have to keep aiming higher to hope that we can settle out at somewhere closer to what we actually need. All that being said, what is proposed with Ordinance 2024-34 is an agreement with the Warren County Educational Service Center, is on par with the agreement we use at Mason City Schools. In essence, and at risk of oversimplifying it, the school, in this case, compensates the city for a rough average of a full-time officer. What they receive in return, though, is consistent coverage, staffing throughout the school year, the school day, as well as access to all those other resources, which includes both part-time non-uniformed staff, the command structure, on a similar circumstances with the rest of the campus. It is recommended for adoption. I think is a good opportunity to continue to replicate the success we've had with the Campus Safety District.
Thank you. I need a motion to
I'm sorry, I failed to mention the Safety Committee of Council has reviewed this, had an opportunity to walk through it, and did recommend adoption.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Council discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
As Eric just said, our safety committee did review this. It was a couple months ago when our safety committee met, and as Eric has already said, because of the success of this campus safety security program that we have, campus safety program, there are lots of inquiries that are starting to happen, which we talked about what does that mean for the department and the personnel and the number of positions that are going to probably be needed in the future. So that's something we as a council will have to consider coming up sometime in the future as more and more groups request to have our campus program, campus safety program within their school district and organization. And that's a testament to our partnership and the good work that our police officers do. So just want everybody to have that on their radar.
That reminded me, and if I failed to mention, it's probably helpful, there is a kind of an overlap effect. Police officers respond to calls, and for example, the campus has a high number of calls that we would be responding to even without a campus safety program or offsetting revenues. Similar to any other agency, the fact that we're able to staff an officer there that handles most of that calls essentially means over the long haul and kind of the averaging that there is more officer coverage off campus because you have those same officers that now are responding to fewer calls off the campus. So it is a good model, not only for the campus itself, but for the rest of the community when done right.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
This may be a question that could be answered offline, but I'm curious how people define success. You talk about this being a very successful program. What does that mean?
The strength of the partnership, there are anecdotal measures, that we have with mentoring kids, diverting the students, but really the best measure of success is the response of the partners. That they relay that students feel safer, that parents feel more comfortable. That's really what it comes down to. We don't measure success by, although it's an indicator, it's not a measure of success how many calls we respond to or how many things are diverted. It is more an intangible of how much safer people perceive themselves.
Probably the most dramatic decline we saw was at the community center. We were having, years ago when we started the program, had a number of youth over there just acting up after school, causing issues for staff and stuff. And when we implemented the campus safety team and all the mentoring they do over there and stuff with the kids, drastically drastically decreased the amount of activity and with the kids happening over there in their mischievous behavior.
Thank you.
Okay, need a roll call, please.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Number 25 on the agenda is ordinance 2024-35. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a lease extension agreement with Royalty Trucking, LLC.
Jennifer?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, in 2013, the city purchased the 122,000 square foot building located at 3900 State Route 741, and after 2 years of redevelopment, it became our new service center. That left the property at 4211 State Route 741 vacant. In 2016, Royalty Trucking approached the city about leasing the property under a triple net lease agreement. For those that don't know, a triple net lease agreement requires the tenant to pay real estate taxes, building insurance, and maintenance in addition to a base monthly rental amount. They are also responsible for upkeep of the property and maintenance of the building. The city is responsible for any capital improvements. It's been very successful for us. Royalty, that lease is up, and Royalty Trucking is requesting an extension of it for an initial 2-year term with renewal options for up to 5 additional years. That's similar to what was contained in the original lease. We've had no other request or interest in that property, so this is a good deal for the city to be able to put it to additional use and get some rental income. With that, ordinance 2024-35 is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth,
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett, Councilmember Hackey,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula.
Yes.
Ordinance 2024-36. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a purchase agreement with Design to Wellness for fitness equipment for the Mason Community Center in an amount not to exceed $236,000.
Jennifer?
Yes, Mayor, members of council, this is a piece of legislation that we bring to council on an annual basis. Generally, we're asking for anywhere between $75,000 to $100,000 to replace fitness equipment at the community center. And we do that just basically to, a lot of the equipment maybe just need maintenance on it, or it's no longer has a useful life, or just to stay up to date with the latest fitness equipment trends. This year, the request is significantly higher than it has been in previous years, and that's a result of when we did our expansion with TriHealth, and we moved our fitness floor from where it was originally located with the construction of the building to where it is now. We need to purchase a significant more amount, pieces of equipment. Much of that is now aged and is in need of replacement. So with that, the 2024 budget did include $250,000 for equipment purchases. The ordering equipment as one order will help reduce the cost for shipping and save us some money there. With that, ordinance 2024-36 is recommended for adoption.
Thank you. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Spaeth,
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett, Councilmember Hackey,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson,
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula,
Yes.
Mayor Nelson.
Yes. Ordinance 2024-37. I need a motion to read by title only.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Abco Pavement Services for their Heritage Oak Park tennis pickleball repair in the amount of $109,785.
Steve?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. As you all probably have well heard or known, that pickleball has gained some popularity. I think there's a quote here of it's grown 52% over the past year, so increased need across the country and in here in Mason. So in 2016, the city underwent a master parks plan to revitalize Heritage Oak Park, and phase one was implemented in 2019 to basically redo the soccer fields on the western half of the site. There was another phase that was ultimately planned, which did include 12 pickleball courts as part of that revitalization, but that's been kind of put on hold, and we're kind of reassessing on how that will be implemented in the future. But in the interim, we'd like to take the existing tennis courts out there and basketball courts and convert 3 of the existing tennis courts to 8 pickleball courts. Dedicated pickleball courts, and then the 3 tennis courts will remain, and then we'll also have 3 additional pickleball courts for a total of 11. Staff requested estimates to repair the existing asphalt, apply a primer and sealer to the entire surface, again, paint the 8 exclusive courts and the 3 other courts on the tennis, along with the basketball court while we're out there, and then you also install new post and nets. And that quote came in just a little under $110,000, and from Abco, who has done some recent work in the area, actually to our neighbors to the south in Cattell Park. They just redid theirs, and with pretty good success. So we're think they'll do a nice job for us as well. The 2024 budget did include $100,000 for this, so we're just a little over that, but feel that's a good investment to get those courts back active and continue to those to be utilized until the future plan is implemented. So with that, 2024-37 is recommended for adoption, and I would happy to answer any questions you may have.
That's very exciting. I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula? Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
All right, we're getting there. Committee reports are next. Do we have any committee reports?
Did you want to go first? Okay. The Rules Committee met on March 1st, and we had Jeff Forbes, our law director, was able to get Kathy Ryan to come to the meeting. She's also with Wood and Lamping, and she has had some experience in working with other communities on property maintenance codes. I'm not going to go into great detail on everything she said, but some good points she made was one thing, that a property maintenance code has to be really easy for a community, for its citizens to understand, so that it can be implemented and people understand how, what applies and what does not apply. She said some things like junk vehicles and infestation, they're very easy to define because that has to do with health, safety, and welfare of others. Other things like tall grass, how tall your grass is, or blight, those things are not so easy to understand and define. She also talked about, what sections in our codified ordinances might be best if we did have to make any changes, where those would go. And also, we talked about having public input filtered through legal counsel. The city, fortunately, has already budgeted money for a firm to do some planning and some other things, and it looks like we can use that firm to help us with trying to do some, figure out the best way to do public input, whether it's a survey or having a committee or whatever else may be the best way to do that. So before we asked staff to work with the legal department to update our current code, we are going to review the plans at our next meeting, hopefully at the next meeting, for public input. And we had a meeting date set as April 1st, but unfortunately we figured out there was a conflict. So now our next meeting date is April 18th at 4 p.m. So hopefully we will have some information from that firm and we can figure out our next steps. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mayor.
Yes.
Thanks. Downtown Committee met, and it was a very productive meeting. One of the things we talked about is bike paths. We had a resident requesting information on getting bike paths to get people to the downtown area. And Kurt was in the meeting. I think his questions were all answered, but basically it is in the plan to be able to complete some path work. So I'm hoping maybe our new asphalt contracts will allow us to add to that a little bit. I know that's a stretch, but hey, it's asphalt, right? We also had a discussion on the potential to be able to have some of the concerts, or at least one of the concerts, the Friday night music in Mason on the east end of town. Thanks to Jenna for all her work and anyone else on staff that helped put that together. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like, at least in the foreseeable future, that that's a viable option, especially with some of the other projects going on in the city. Then finally, we had an update from the MAID CDC on the Mason Mile project, talking about the report and some of the details. which, as we heard earlier, they'll be rolling out in April on the 6th. So looking forward to getting that out to the public and then moving on into the next phase of this, which was a very brief part of the discussion. So that's it for downtown. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? So we had a Arts and Cultural Committee, and we talked about the Mason Symphony Orchestra, which we passed tonight. We also talked about the Heritage Festival. We are looking at a car show. We don't, the individual that we originally were going to possibly work with, it doesn't look like that's going to work. So we're kind of scrambling right now to see if we can find someone so we can still have a car show during the Heritage Festival. We also talked about the train again. And Joy brought the subject of 17 Strong Neighborhood. And we are going to have someone come to the Arts and Cultural Committee on our next meeting to go into more detail. So I'll have more detail for you next month on that program. We also had a small business committee, and this was our first committee. So we talked about what our goals were for the committee, what our vision was, talked about relationships with the small businesses and the city and how we can improve them. We also, I had a meeting with Mike Stater from the Small Business Development Center, as well as Sherry Taylor, who is in charge of the Chamber of Commerce here in Mason. And we went over some of the strategies that we had talked about in those meetings. And we don't have anything set in stone yet. We're just kind of looking at what the direction of this committee will be. So I feel like it was a successful first meeting. All right, does anyone else have a committee meeting? Nope, okay, then let's move on. 29 on the agenda, old and new business. Do we have anyone who has anything for old and new business?
Mayor?
Yes.
Just real quick, and it was in our packet, but I think it's important to bring up and note and congratulate staff on, and specifically our finance director, Joe Riegelsberger, that the city was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. So maybe that's only something that Eric and I get excited about, but it was exciting to see, and it is a big accomplishment, and congrats to the city, and congrats to Joe for that.
Great. It's a great accomplishment. Is anybody else? I have just a few things. When it comes to the Rules Committee, do we have, is it going to come to council? Because I don't feel like we need to hire a firm to get feedback from the community on this issue. I think it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. I think we should create a committee, actually, that has a council member on it, as well as people from the public to get together. Because right now, there is a similar committee. I believe it's Forest Park, I could be wrong, but they are already getting together with a bunch of other communities in the surrounding area to work on their code section. I just don't feel like we need to spend money to do this. And is it going to come to council before we hire the firm?
No, not necessarily. We budgeted an amount of money for a planning firm. Unbeknownst of this opportunity, there were several opportunities where we need to have, not unlike legal counsel, a planning type firm to support things we're doing. And we were looking for some kind of small end projects to test that out. Park inventory is one of those. This opportunity presented as another opportunity. I do not anticipate the cost to be anywhere near the purchasing threshold. And it felt like a good opportunity to kind of test that out to do a model. I think one thing we felt with legal counsel is it would be significant to cast a wide net on an issue like this, to get a variety and a scope of public input. But it also would be important to do that in conjunction with legal counsel to kind of temper, what is constitutional or pragmatic, that it's not just a wish list. So this felt like an opportunity that fit several needs and gave us an opportunity to test run some firms that we're looking at associating with.
So can I ask that we hold off on that? I would like to talk to you about what creating another committee with public input, what that would look like, and then possibly have another work session. I know you guys love that. So can we hold off on doing that until we talk?
Mayor, can I say something, please, since I'm the chair of the Rules Committee? When you talk about what other communities are doing, it reminds me a lot of the sanctuary city for the unborn, when there was council person at that time trying to bring something in that was from Texas that really did not apply to here. I think that we'll be able to do a good job and do it well and go through the route that our legal department has recommended, our city manager has recommended. We're not trying to slow the process down, and I wish that you would allow us to continue forward doing what we already discussed. We're not spending extra money on this firm. The firm's already going to be here doing some other things with the city. And I would like to keep this within our community because it's important that we look at what we are doing here. I don't, whatever Sharonville does or Blue Ash does may not apply to Mason. The same as the whole thing that went on with the Sanctuary City for the Unborn and the Texas group that tried to tell Mason what to do. So I really think it would be nice if you would allow us to continue on and do our work on the committee, because you did assign us this job. So,
okay, first of all,
if you don't want the
Sanctuary
rules,
Cities is
if you don't
very
want the
different.
rules committee to continue with this, then just say that. Because I feel like you just want to take it out of the rules committee and take it over yourself. And if that's what you want to do, you have that prerogative. But I really think it's a shame that you're not allowing us to go through the process.
Well, I don't know if everyone on the Rules Committee feels the same way. I just think that this has gone on. These residents have been complaining for over 2 years. They're mad, they're angry, and it's already April, and, well, it's not April, it's March, but we don't have anything, we haven't done anything, really. And
Well, you just assigned it in December, and we've already had 2 meetings, and it's only March, so I think
right, but my
we're
point is that
proceeding very
if we're
quickly.
having these meetings a month apart and we're not really getting anywhere, how long is?
How can you say that? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, how long
Do
is
what
it going to take for a firm?
So I don't know who it is on the Rules Committee that doesn't agree with what we're doing so far. I haven't had anybody on the Rules Committee say anything to me about it. So if there's someone on the Rules Committee that's not happy with the way we're proceeding, then they need to talk about that at the Rules Committee. We can't talk about it outside the Rules Committee. You know how it goes. You can't talk to each other outside of a public meeting. So
I guess I just don't want it to cost more money for our taxpayers.
it's
And-
not costing more money. We're already going to be using the firm.
I'm sure if we hire a firm to add another project to it, there's going to be a fee involved. They're not going to do it for free. But also, how long is that going to take? Usually, these kind of feedback initiatives take quite some time.
I'm really sorry that you're saying this, but you don't mind spending $231,000 for a Mason Symphony Orchestra. Okay, that is extra money, that is an amenity for this community. We are trying to do something on the Rules Committee. We're not going to be spending a lot of extra money to look at this, and we're going to be talking to people who are experts. Kathy Ryan was very informative, and she has expertise in this. I don't understand why you're trying to take it out of the Rules Committee and just go ahead and appoint a separate committee right now. But you have that prerogative. So you just need to say that's what you're going to do, if that's what you're going to do. But I don't understand your reasoning about money, because you're willing to spend $231,000.
It's not
for the Symphony Orchestra.
230.
It is 200. I can read you the amount right here if you want. If you want to go down that road with me, I can read to you the amount.
Yes, how are you?
$75,000 in 2023, additional $12,000 in 2023.
Oh, combined throughout the years?
$99,000, 2024, $45,000 in 2024. Yes, I'm talking about in the last 2 years, we've spent that amount of money. I don't understand why it is that you If you want to take it away from the committee, then you just need to say that.
I just think that we need to work with our community to move a little bit faster on this because they have been trying to get something done for 2 years. I'll leave it in the committee, but I would really like to get further quicker because I just don't think spreading it out and taking so much time and having a month between meetings, I don't think it's necessary. I think this is a fairly simple issue. We are Mason, and we should have a better code section for yard upkeep. Having a lot of junk in our yards, I just don't think is appropriate, and I think that we need to be leaders and make some changes. But I'll leave it in. I just don't want this to linger and linger. I want stuff to get done with it.
Can I just say a couple of things? One, the reason why we're not having it on April 1st is because of me. And so I apologize for that because I will be out of town. Two, what you're recommending to have another council member or somebody meet with the residents. So I like that, and I felt that we got some headway last time with that, with meeting with the residents. Can you tell me kind of what you're thinking? Like if it comes out of the Rules Committee to get it done faster, just what you're thinking so I can understand that?
Sure. So taking a council member, putting them in this committee, as well as maybe a couple landowners, a couple businesses, individuals who can get together and try to look at the code section to determine what we're missing and what we need. So it's not council looking at it and doing it all. It's getting a wide range of opinion from different aspects of our community, sitting down together and figuring it out. And I know that that's what other communities have done, and this is where I get the idea from, and it's been very successful.
I thought, the first meeting that you brought up, you came and you brought up the things that the other cities were doing. I thought that was helpful to help launch the other 2 meetings that we have after that work session. I thought that was very helpful, and you doing that. And I want it to be quick too, because I could sense the frustration in there. I'm sure Barb, you did as well in that room, and Joy, they were very frustrated, and I felt that we made a little bit of headway this last one, and they even confirmed that. I don't know, if in the next meeting that we have, are we going to have everything together to be able to do something? Is that what you're asking?
I just want to keep it moving forward. I just don't want it to continue to stall, and all that you're doing is having meetings and talking, because that's a waste of everybody's time. But I'll leave it in committee. I'm just asking that.
May I say a few things?
Yes.
I just want to reaffirm what Scott said. We got very positive feedback from residents. I'm wondering if you have heard from people separately since that meeting who were unhappy. We had people say there that they felt hopeful for the first time.
Well, that's also where I'm getting the frustration with some of the residents aren't wanting to have a whole survey and study, and the time that it takes to do a proper survey is, they don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary.
Do they appreciate the groundwork we need to lay in order to make sure that we have a defensible code?
Yes, I think they do. But, you are correct. We do need to make sure that we have a code that is legal, because we don't want. Okay, I will leave it in committee. I just ask that we are actually moving forward and not doing anything to slow.
I would like to add one thing too, is because I'm in agreement with what you said about it taking a long time. I think if we go through a couple more meetings and we don't get anything done, I think that frustration can come right back at us. So maybe if we could look at seeing how long that this would actually take, so we could be upfront with them. And if it's 6 months, then I would not be a fan of that, because I think they're going to be very frustrated, and I don't want to be 6 months out. So I think that was kind of maybe what you were thinking. It was going to take a lot longer, and maybe Eric, next time we get together, or if you could email us like what you think time-wise, what that even looks like, so we can kind of make some decisions from there. Would that be all right with everyone?
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. Any other council discussion for old and new business? All right, we're number 30 on the agenda, recognition of visitors. Nope, I'm not seeing any. All right, we have executive session for employment compensation of public employees and acquisition disposition of property. So I need a motion to adjourn into executive session for the purpose of discussing acquisition disposition of property.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
I might add, but there's the possibility of there could be some legislative action following executive session.
Motion to reconvene.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, I need a motion to add ordinance 2024-38 to the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Read by title.
I need a motion to read by title only.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed?
Authorizing the city manager to negotiate the terms of and execute an expedited pathway agreement with BMOC Sports LLC in support of necessary improvements for the Cincinnati Open Tennis Tournament.
I need a motion to suspend the rule and allow for adoption after the first reading.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? I need a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Second.
Any council discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Hackey?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Stricula?
Yes.
Mayor Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Spaeth?
Yes.
Councilmember Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Have a good evening.